Okay. What do you mean every time? I'm getting shit ready. This is a one-man operation. And I'm only like a piece of a man. Alright, let's do a warm-up and then I'm gonna challenge myself to see if I can do a carp from scratch after only doing it once. We'll see how much I retained. Let's see, just a quick warm-up, because I'm gonna be stuck in that carp for a little bit of time. Oh, DDR5 makes a big difference. It runs so much faster. If your motherboard slots it, you should get it. Well, my vision's a little off. There we go, much better. Oh, probably. I mean, you can't really base it on DCS, right? DCS just, you have to blow the requirements out of the water to get it to run really good.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 295-421 at 1,500 knots.
Yeah, the RAM, there is no limit on the RAM. Whatever you have, it's going to use it and then leak the rest through it for after, you know, an hour or two. Yeah, my graphics card is only a 3070, or it might be a 3060. It's a 3060 or a 3070. So the weakest part of my PC is the graphics card. The rest of the rig is over the top. But the main bottlenecks for running DCS fast and graphically enhanced is not the graphics card, it's RAM, whatever you're using for a hard drive, and the speed, all that together with your processor. So the biggest notice I saw from how smooth it runs was when I got rid of, right, because of the spaghetti code, the layer caking. Because it's the same engine they've been using for like, what, 15 years, so they've had to layer cake the code so many times. It's amazing they've got it to look and run this good.
Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 297-422 at 1,500 cold. Request rearming.
The biggest enhancement I've seen, though, is even with a super powerful rig, when I built the rig, I still didn't have my SSDs and my NVMe M2s. So I was still running this powerful rig with like some old HDD drives, and it still ran like complete ass. When I finally got the SSDs and put Windows on its own SSD and then DCS on its own SSD, that's why it runs so super good now.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 060-445. Rearming complete. 7,000 knots.
Falcom's okay. It just doesn't feel, the flight model doesn't feel real to me. That's the only thing. I thought it was pretty decent for what it is, Falcon BMS, but the flight model just isn't there at all. But it's good for like just normal simming. Alright, I'm going to attempt to get myself killed. I'm going to throw 5 up. I bought 2 AMRAMs to break in, and then 4 9Xs. I'm just gonna go for it. We're going hard mode. 5 aces.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 295-421 at 1,500 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 060-445 at 7,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 297-421 at 1,500 cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 051-450 at 1,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 050-450 at 1,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 050-450 at 1,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 062-445 at 7,000 cold.
Alright, here we go. Dune 3, the TV show? I have not. I honestly didn't know they were doing another season. If that's what it is. Movies, season, yeah, whatever. The new Dune. Yeah, I thought they were done with it.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 285-422 at 1,500 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 114-450 at 25,000 cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 112-450 at 25,000 cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 294-419 at 1,500 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 063-450 at 7,000 cold.
Yeah, I honestly wasn't paying attention to it. I kind of got burnt out of reboots and remakes and all that. I just haven't paid attention to a lot of the reboots.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 055-450 at 7,000
Alright, we got a data
knots.
track. I watched the first one. I didn't see the second one all the way through.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 316, 428 at 1,500, cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 091, 445 at 25,000, hot. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 090, 445 at 25,000, hot.
I liked Star Wars, you know, when I was growing up. I thought it was cool. I liked a little bit of Star Trek. I liked, well, I shouldn't say I didn't like the original Star Trek that much. I liked The Next Generation, and I liked Deep Space Nine. I even liked Babylon 5. I thought Babylon 5 was pretty good for a couple of seasons. So I always kind of liked sci-fi, but I didn't get like super deep into it. I just enjoyed them. But until I got really sick, I mean, until my body got all messed up, you got to remember I was busy all the time. So I was not like a diehard fan of anything. I just liked sci-fi. But I wasn't like I had no zealotry for any of it. Like when the new Star Wars movies started coming out in, what was it, like early 2000s or late 90s or whenever that was, when they did like part 1 and stuff, I was like, oh, I'll go watch those, and then I saw them and I'm like, oh, those weren't that great. It didn't like ruin my day or anything.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 297, 450 at 1,500, cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 023, 435 at 7,000, hot. Overlord 1.
Alright, we got a double track
1 at 35,000.
on the leader and his wingman. We're gonna shoot the AMRAAMs at those two
Overlord 1-1, on station at Bulls.
special individuals.
Fort 150 at 35,000. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 091, 421 at 25,000 knots.
Fox 3,
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 0D8, 418 at 25,000 knots.
Fox 3.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1.
And we'll hold the TWS.
09, 435 at 7,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 0.
What's up, Trax?
413 at 25,000 knots.
I didn't really start watching a lot more entertainment stuff until I got sick.
500 cold.
I mean, besides like growing up, you know, like I had to watch shit that my parents watched a little bit at night.
410 at 25,000.
Alright, Splash 1. There's the leader.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 0D4.
Splash 2. Alright, we got 2.
5,000 knots.
3 to go. And now they're pissed.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 09847 at 25,000 knots.
Fox 2. Please hit him. We got him.
Gaining 5,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 2D8 470 at 1,500 cold.
Fox 2.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra
Splash, one to go, one to go.
15,000 knots.
Man, we've got him. We're in the control zone. He's toast. Fox 2. Well, that was a perfect engagement. Well, it could have been way worse, but I mean, both AMRAMs hit from a TWS track, so they didn't jump me. And then all three of my 9Xs hit, so... Yeah, it looks easy when everything works out perfectly.
Tap flare. Tap flare.
In the Hornet? Probably. I mean, I could have snapshot the split S maneuver would have been way easier in the Hornet. I'd have been going way slower. So, like, in the Hornet, I could have done the exact same thing, but if any one of the 9Xs missed, and I pulled Alpha to put the nose on to do it, then I would have been in a much worse position than I would be in the Viper, because I would have bled so much airspeed in the Hornet doing the maneuver. So that's the difference. The Hornet has a crazy, insane nose authority, but you bleed all of your airspeed so easily and so quickly.
1,500 knots.
The Viper, you just got to know where the edge of what you can do is and ride it. If I would have pulled too hard in that split S, it wouldn't have done it. If I would have pulled too little, I would have zoomed right through them and passed them and overshot too much. Alright, we're gonna skip helicopter warm-up and we're gonna go straight to my little personal challenge so I can start learning this shit. So I hope you guys aren't too mad that this might be a little boring for a minute, but I gotta do this to learn. I read all the material, I went through it once with myself. Now I'm gonna just try to do it from... No, this isn't another stunt plane. I'm gonna do a carp from scratch without any reference material and see what I do. Christian Eagle will be for when we go on a war server. I'm gonna grab the Christian Eagle and see if I can scare the enemy to death. Alright, for starters, let's get the cargo. We'll just use generic cargo. Alright, we want crate. There we go. We'll just use CD CDS crates, just grab 3 of them. And we'll stage them at the end of the ramp. Rollers on. We want carp 1. So we're going to drop all 3 of these on the single carp. And those are 12D parachutes on all of them, right? Yeah. Okay. Load them up. Make sure they're in there. Yep, they're in there. Alright, so now what is our runway here? UGKO. So index, we'll go to route 2 and make a new route. UGKO is our start. Our destination is going to be UGKO. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and make the legs. So we're going to take off this direction and we'll come out to here. All right, and now, let's see if we can drop them on this runway. And what's the magnetic here? Looks like 205. All right, so we go to, let's see, MC index, nope. MSN, nope. Index, next page, custom data. All right, let's create a new one, and we will call it drop 78. All right, position, we want north 4150 decimal 712, east 0 4148 decimal 070. Pump that in there, and elevation is 33 feet. All right, so drop 7, and we'll go back to legs, and we're going to drop that right in there. And that should show up. There we go. So from there, we will come back around to the ocean. And then we will head back up to here. Let's see, and this is our initial airfield. We'll come back to here. And then we will end by, what was it? UKOG? UGKO, sorry. UGKO ending, okay. So that's our route. So now we will execute that. And now it should be our route 1. Yep. Okay, so now we have the route. Now we need to set up the carp. So we come back to legs, drop 78, hit that button right there. MFP, carp in it. Nope, wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. First we have to go to MSN, nope. There we go, MC index. Weights and balances. So we got to actually set up the payload first. All right, so these are 882 pounds each. So the first one is 882. One dash for cargo, second dash for airdrop, and it's going to be labeled at ARM 1005. Boom. All right, next one is 882 pounds. Whoops. 882 pounds, airdropped, and it's going to be on 9945. Last one is 882, airdrop, and 885. And execute. Okay, so now we've got the weight and balance. Now we can do our drop. So now we go up to here again, carp in it. It's drop 78. Let's see, length is going to be 1,000 yards. Space them apart 150 yards. Slow down distance 6 miles. Turn distance will go 8 miles. Run in, okay, that was, what was it? It was 205, was it? 205 magnetic. 205. Alright, next page, let's see, shoot, those were D's, so we'll grab the D. We'll be doing a CDS and a CRS drop. Weights and measures, let's see, it was the 882 times 3. So 882-3 of them puts our total cargo weight at 2,646 pounds. That works. Okay, that's done. Wind, we don't got to worry about that. We're doing low altitude drop. Temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. We're going to drop from 1,000, so it'll be 18 degrees Celsius. QNH is set 2992. Next page. All right, altitude, we're going to drop at 1,000 feet. 33 feet. We'll say there might be obstructions at 55 feet. And DZ elevation 34. Next page, that's it. All right, and execute. Go back to index, route 1, activate and execute. So now we should have a whole drop program. Oh, there we go. We got our drop programmed in. Turn in, slow down distance, drop there, turn around. Okay, we're set. That looks like it all worked out. I think I got it. Guess we'll find out when I try to drop it if it works out. Navigation's ready. And pressure, we're pressurized. Okay, we're good to go. Well, let's see if I did it right. I think I did. I think I've got it. See, all I gotta remember is to get lined up and then start slowing down. Oh, I didn't put in the speed, did I? Shit. Hold on, let me go back to my carp. Okay, that's all good. Oh no, I got it. 140 knots. I got it. Never mind. I had it. My bad. All right, back to legs. We're good to go. Well, that's cool. Aram 12. I'm not going to be just like adding anybody on Discord. You can join the Discord if you want. But I don't trust randoms in Discord at the moment. Yeah, I assume he's a bot. I'm sure he would send me a message in Discord talking about how I need a manager or some shit like that. I'm extremely way too small and irrelevant for any of that kind of nonsense. Anybody comes to me like, hey, I've got a deal for you, it's like, no you don't. I'm not young and dumb. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't trust them at all. Especially by that name. They just spam that stuff on every channel they can to see if they can get a sucker or two to bite. Then they'll try to like steal their credentials or something and look for cryptocurrency to steal. Alright, here we go. Okay. I gotta re-execute my flight plan. Oh, there we go. No, it reinitialized on its own when I took off. Alright, gear coming up. Flaps coming up to 2 units. We're gonna stay low. Our drop altitude is 1,000 feet. I don't want to get too much higher than that. It'll just make things more difficult when we enter our slow down and run in. Alright, we're trimming. Alright, we're slowing down. Alright, that's all good. We're gonna leave this on manual. Yeah, manual. We're gonna initiate the drop manually. That way I have to hit the jump button. When we turn in for the long approach to the drop, we'll depressurize the cabin and get all that ready. so we don't get in a hurry at the end and try to do everything at once. I need to ask Santa, but I'm pretty sure that you can do CARP for warehouse logistics runs and for capturing. I believe if you drop the troops right over the airfield, it will capture an airfield, and if you drop warehouse crates, it will load them into the warehouse once they're on the ground. Although, if you can land, you should just land, because then you can despawn while you're there and cut the time down. So I probably still won't be using CARP very often, but at least I'll know how. Yeah, I'd be fine for capturing, because then you could just fly over the airfield and drop the airborne off, and when they hit the ground, as long as they're inside the blue, they'll capture it if it's neutral. I wonder if you can CARP crates onto the ground to build SAMs, but I bet you someone would have to go down there and unpack them once they're on the ground. I don't think they would auto build. I don't think that's implemented into the system at the moment. I'll have to mess around with it, the third-party Zone Commander and CTLD system, and see how it's integrated with the Herc. I know you can manually load up those CDS crates that I put in here with like whatever you want, so if we needed a bunch of Hellfires, we could load them up with a bunch of Hellfires and airdrop them in. Pretty sure that would work. This is going to be a tight turn. I didn't make 3 gradual waypoints. We're going to have to rudder this turn. Rudder! Laying on that rudder. Alright, we're cruising now. Flaps are all the way up. I have to retrim it now. That looks pretty good. I hand fly almost everything. I don't use the autopilot on almost anything. If I'm using an autopilot, it's probably just a heading hold while I'm doing something like using targeting pods and stuff. That's about the only autopiloting I ever do in anything. I'm very analog. It's just, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because that's where I'm most comfortable, because I flew so much in real life, and I didn't use very many AFCS systems at all. A lot of the stuff I flew didn't have any AFCS systems besides like a couple of holds. So I'm just more comfortable flying with controlling it. I know with the Herc you can basically use the autopilot to fly the entire thing all the way back to the runway, then you just have to take control of the controls, you know, right before you get to the runway. And that's how airliners work in real life, but that's just not me. That's why you see all these controls down here. I haven't touched them because I'm not going to. I don't need to. I got pretty steady hands while I'm medicated. Now, if I didn't have my medicine, I'd be using all of the autopilots. Because I'd be like... If I don't have all my medicine, my body gets real shaky. Just because without my medicine, my body is in a constant state of shock. Alright, we're transitioning to our third leg. 26 miles. Let's go ahead and pump direct to 3. Just to clean up our navigation. Thousand feet? No, that's fine. We'll drop it 1,000 feet. We're using the CRS system. It's going to pull the chutes as they come out of the back. We're not delaying the. We're not going to delay the chutes or anything. The real trick is I'm pretty sure I've got it all programmed properly, so it's just going to be a matter of how well I fly it now, and we'll see if I can drop all 3 crates on that runway. I guess that'll be the only way to grade it, unless I did mess something up and I just don't know yet. That's possible. This is the first time I've done it pure raw, so no references, no nothing. But I don't think I forgot anything yet. I'm pretty good about remembering procedures and systems, usually. Not always, but usually. Alright, there's the waypoint. The run-in should be at 205 degrees. So after we come around this turn, the initial turn-in actually didn't even pop up on the flight plan because my flight plan I created already basically had it built in. So we'll get lined up and we'll depressurize the cabin before we get to the slowdown. Hey Google Hauser, this is a DCS, Digital Combat Simulator, an almost complete full fidelity one-to-one recreation of the actual aircraft and their actual systems and their actual flight models. So it's a real simulator and trainer. Four miles to transition. What's up, Trife? How are you doing tonight? Yeah, I just use a custom motion capture unit. Actually, two separate mocap units working together. I don't think my broken disabled body could do VR, honestly. Maybe we'll see one of these days. Alright, transitioning to the drop zone. Oh, my flight plan got messed up a little bit. We're gonna have to wing it. I should have done that direct. So we're gonna veer off to the left and we're gonna get lined up with my slowdown waypoint right there. My bad, my direct screwed it up. Yeah, DCS does take a lot to do it well, for sure. All right, let's depressurize the cabin. And we're going to start pulling out a little bit of speed. Now I'm a little worried about me pulling this off just because that when I did the direct it messed up the flight plan. Alright, let's come around to 205, slow down some more. Put out 2 units of flaps, we're going to start slowing down. And we're going to start descending. Two more units of flaps. And we're going to start opening the rear doors. Okay, there's the runway, I see it. We'll just line up at 205 from here, roughly. Alright, rear doors are open. Yep, rear doors are open. And coming down to 50 units of flaps. And turning on our caution light to let the Loadmaster know we are ready to go. I hope this actually drops it. I'm worried it's not going to drop because the program's messed up because I hit that direct. It's still counting the waypoint properly, so hopefully it just lets me drop it.
To go.
All right, we're going to take a nose up attitude. All right, hand is on the jump button. All right, away they go. Well, that's interesting. Did they go out? No, they bugged in. That's weird. Now they go.
1,000 to go.
Well, that's weird. Yeah, something. It's because I hit direct. When I hit that direct, it fucked it up. Yeah, but the Loadmaster fucked up because the program wasn't running. When I hit that direct to switch waypoints, it wiped out the carp initial program. Oh well, you live and learn. Don't hit direct. Those crates are coming down in the city somewhere. Actually, I don't even see them.
To go.
Well, we'll try it again tomorrow. We'll program the whole thing back out. We won't mess with the waypoints again. We'll just let it play the whole program out. All right, doors are closed, repressurize. Yeah, it's a bummer. Well, let's jump over to a server. See if we can get a couple flights in. Which one were we doing? I wonder if Santa or somebody fixed that Kirkuk enemy position that was bugged that we were stuck on the other night. Oh, there it is. Oh, nobody's on it. Well, let's check it out and see what it's like. We'll see. If that point is still there, then it's still bugged. We'll go somewhere else. Give me a second. Let me use the restroom. Oh, yeah, Iraq. Maybe. We might not stay. Oh, they got Kirkuk, so maybe they fixed it. I guess we'll find out. Let's do a couple of flights and see what it looks like. Alright, Soleimani. Oh, they've got a Pantsir. And a Gauntlet. So we know we're doing SEAD. And an SA-3 system that is intact. So there's a low blow. Low blow, Pantsir, Tord Gauntlet, and a Gecko. They got everything there. Where's our warehouse? Kayara. Alright, we'll take off from Kayara. We'll take a Viper up first with Harms and see if we can get rid of the Pantsir and the Gauntlet. Probably have to take multiple SEAD flights to do this. Just because of how much SAM shit is there. Okay. We don't need this because that doesn't exist. We need those, that. We don't need these. Alright. And belly tank. We'll be taking off to the north and then peeling to the east. What's the number? 17. Okay. Waypoint 17. Let's do this. $2,998. We got it. Wind coming at 105 for 1. I doubt that. Every time it says 1, the wind is like gusty as shit. Alright, we'll take off and then we'll start spiraling up to the perch. We're going to need 30,000 feet to fire on that Pantsir successfully, so we'll get all fenced in once we get going up there. We'll get all programmed up. We'll try to conserve fuel just in case we get jumped. Alright, here we go. Mill power. Rotating. Gear coming up.
Jack Blair.
All right, let's see. It was steer point 17, I believe. Yep, that looks about right. So there's our target. Let's go ahead and start powering everything up. Get the ELAMP pod cooking. Get the harms turned on and aligning. And set up for air to air in case we get jumped. Alright. We are fenced in for everything. Oh, this is going to be able to... I don't know if we're going to be able to conserve fuel as much as I'd like to. We might have to hit the blower just to get up to altitude. Alright, let's hit the blower. It's going to take too long to get up to 30,000 in this, in Iraq at this moment. Should have checked the temperature. Who is that? $30,000 feet off the nose. That's got to be friendly. Oh, okay. That's our set. That's our AWACS. That's fine. All right, let's go to TWS and 2-bar. Through the clouds we go. Well, that's a thin-ass cloud layer. Let's get ready to drop the bag when we get up to altitude. The bag's still got plenty of fuel. Alright, bunting. We're at Angels 30.5, 0.6, 0.7. We overshot just a little bit. Let's get nose on the AO. We'll verify that. Diamond is the target once we get lined up. Alright, we'll just keep burning fuel until the bag's empty now. Yep, that's the right spot. 2 fulcrums in the area too, so we're probably gonna have to, we might get engaged after we fire our shots. Hopefully we can just get our shots off, but we're gonna build up some speed. We're at Mach 1 at almost 31,000 feet. Alright, bag is empty, coming out of blower, dropping the bag. Alright, we're on internal and we're clean. ELAMP pod is up and we are scanning. And we already know from the last time we were on this server that the enemy AWACS is invincible, because I ran that fucker down and shot him like 3 times. He's invincible. They made the AWACS invincible so you can't blind the enemy. Alright, this is the boring part now. We got a little ways to go. 82 miles. Well, 84 miles. I guess we could look on our HUD right there. And I guess, let me take another dose of medicine. I'm gonna have to preemptively medicate a little bit more than normal tonight. Still recovering from that crap. That's friendly. Okay, there's the enemy search radar. You can tell that that's our waypoint because it's solid. Those other waypoints are just not selected. So we're looking for a 22 to appear around here. We're also looking for a 15 to a Big Bird. That's not good. BB stands for Big Bird. That's a big pole radar that's usually used by an SA-10. It's not at that waypoint though. It's probably back here somewhere. But we haven't scanned it enough to know right where it's at. We can start triangulating off of it now though. We'll go ahead and lock it up with the ELINT pod and start getting a track file built on it. Let's go ahead and offset a little bit more. Oh, there's those fulcrums. Do we have an EWRS or anything? Doesn't look like it.
Overlord 1-1. Request bogey dope.
Tell me how far away these fulcrums are. Oh. There's a clamshell. So that's also part of the SA-10. Is there really an SA-10 there? It's got to be somewhere else. It's got to be back here. How much do you want to bet it's down there at Sadiq? Yeah, because this is an SA-3. That SA-10's back here.
I am right behind you.
There you go. There's the SA-10. Okay.
Don't be scared. I just want to play a game with you.
Hey, Dark Horse, how's it going, buddy? How was your flights tonight? Let's triangulate off the search radar for now and see if we can get that Panseer to pop. Hey, thanks for the follows. I appreciate that. Oh, come on, Panseer. Turn your radar on and look directly at me. I have a present for you. Oh no, I am not a goat in the Viper by any stretch of the imagination. I do okay. Okay, we've got a solid track file on that search radar, and they're still not turning anything on around it. They're being stingy. They know I'm looking. Shit. Those fulcrums are getting close. Come on, Panseer. Don't be a pussy. I just want to talk. Alright, we're nose on. Oh gosh, this is ridiculous. Let's go ahead and get a data track on this fulcrum so we can try to keep an eye on him. So now we can see the fulcrum. Oh. Oh, I thought I saw something for a second there. Nope. We might have to engage that fulcrum. You know, as soon as I do, the Panzer will turn on and shoot at me. Yeah, they're turning into me. Damn. Switching to BVR. Switching to TWS. Alright, we have a passive track. And we're gonna get a passive track on his wingman too. Okay, we got them both. Hitting the blower.
Counter.
Yeah. Mach 1, Fox 3. Switching to the other bandit. Fox 3. Defensive. We're cranking. We're going to hold the lock.
Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare.
Okay, the enemy is both defensive. I don't know if I don't think they fired, so I think I've got the advantage now. Yep, they're full defensive, pushing.
Cap flare.
Now I gotta worry about those SAMs right down there though, because they didn't turn on their freaking radars. Fox 3. Fox 3. Alright, we're out.
Cap flare. Cap flare.
We're hitting the deck.
Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare. Cap flare.
So we're cranking and keeping them right on the edge of our radar to give our missile an even better track. Okay, now we lost it. Now we go full cold.
Altitude. Altitude.
Well, that's not good. I was hoping I would have got one of them dead by now. We might have to RTB. Those second shots were pretty good. Oh, I did kill him. I got both of them. Look, I got them both. It just didn't tell me. Oh yeah, I got them both. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get back up in the air. We don't have any more defense though, so if we get jumped again, we're gonna have to bug out. What's our fuel looking like? Oh yeah, we don't have a whole ton of fuel. They still haven't turned on, have they? Still just the search radar. I'll shoot their search radar, screw it. Maybe that'll wake them up. Because all the GBIs will turn on when I shoot, because they'll try to intercept it, and that might give me a shot. We might use our first shot to Wild Weasel. Magnum 1. We'll see if we can bait it. That Panzer and that Tor Gauntlet will try to intercept the missile. So this first shot, the best thing we can do is do a standard shot from 30,000 feet, but we can't do that now because we blew our fuel. So now our best bet is to bait them out and see if we can get a snapshot. There's a Gecko. We'll fire on the Gecko. Magnum 1. What else do we got? Come on. Give me that Panzer. Jesus, I'm so close. Tor Gauntlet, Tor Gauntlet. We got the Tor Gauntlet, we're giving it 2 shots. Nope, there's the Panzer, there's the Panzer. Magnum 1. Magnum 2, defensive.
Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Tap flare. Caution. Caution.
We got to get low and fast right now.
Tap flare. Tap flare. Altitude. Altitude. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, switching to Cat 1.
Altitude.
I have no idea if my harm's hit. Hopefully. Probably not, though. Oh, wait. I don't see a Panzer anymore, do you? It was right here. I think I got the Panzer and the Gecko. I do believe I got the Panzer and the Gecko. That's insane if that happened. Yeah, I got the Panzer and I got the Gecko. Hell yes, got both of them. All right, we are RTB. Well, that worked out perfectly. Let's just land at Kirkuk. All right, steer point 16. All right, where is it? There it is right there. And what is the heading? We'll come in at this runway here. Magnetic 1, that's not right. 140. Okay, 140, we got it. Well, I just got the the Iraq map, so I wanted to check it out. I do like it. It looks really good. And it runs good too, but it might not. It runs good on my setup. What's our fuel? We're good on fuel. What does Kirkuk have for Resources. Ooh, that's not good actually. Kirkuk needs a supply run, but I'm not really going to worry about it because I'm the only one on the server. Is there people over on Caucasus, Dark Horse? I'm going to hit a brick wall flying Iraq by myself. Although that was a damn successful run, but there's no way I can take out their entire base. They'll repair it too fast. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm not going to stay on here just because it's too hardcore. It's too hard of a server to just try to solo it. Killing 2 SAMs and 2 aircraft in a single flight. I can't do that every flight. That's not something that's normal. Oh, maybe we'll go over to a return to pre-contact just for some shits and giggles. Yeah, a lot of people start with the Hornet. It's a good one to start with for sure. Flight models, easy to use and hard to master, so it's a good one. Ooh, they're sending floggers. What is my stats on this server? Number 5. Well, that's not bad since I only flew over here once. Yeah, the bubble canopy is amazing. If you just want to fly around and fly through the clouds and see everything, yeah, there's nothing better than an F-16 for sure. The F-16 is really good at everything anyway. It's a great fighter, it's a great BVR fighter, it's good in the merge, it's a great strike fighter. You can put all kinds of bombs and Mavericks and everything you want on it. It's arguably the best SEAD plane in DCS. I wouldn't even say arguably, it just is. It's the only one that's got the full ELANT system that's modern. Alright, let's just get lined up on the HSI and we'll do a straight in. Or we could just go straight in right there. It's the main runway anyway. If you love carrier ops, you need to get your Tomcat, Supreme. Land on that carrier like a man. Navy has good pilots. I would never say they just have the best. Each branch has got pilots that are the best.
Altitude. Altitude.
I'm biased too. I know pilots in all the branches, even Marines. Alright, gear coming down. That was interesting.
Warning, 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 warning.
Caution. Caution.
Warning.
Caution. Caution.
Are we done rebooting the jet? That is so weird. What the hell happened? My plane rebooted. Now it's all messed up. Alright, we are a little high. We're on speed. And we are on time. But my controls are all jacked. I don't think I've ever seen the jet reboot. Maybe. I know the map is still in early access and they're still working on it. As soon as I dropped my gear down, the entire plane shut off. Luckily the power came back on really quick so I didn't get a burnout, but all the flight data is messed up. Controls are a little rough because it's a digital plane. Alright, on speed, on time. Coming a little high because of the fence. Find out why the hell the plane... God, the controls. Oh, even the air brake reset. What the hell? Yeah, I'm telling you. My Viper is in the Epstein files. That was weird. Oh well, we killed the Panseer. Oh, look at that. I don't have enough experience on the server to put a SAM in here just to try to protect it from all this stuff. Oh, those are frogs. Anyway, let's jump over to the other server where the Viper isn't being possessed by a demon. We showed up and we killed a Panseer, a Gecko, and 2 Fulcrums in a single flight with our jet speaking in tongues, so we did pretty good. Alright, North Pole. There's nobody on Caucasus either. All three servers are empty tonight. What is today? Tuesday? It's probably why. It's just early week. Yeah, everyone's getting hammered. Yeah, I know. Everybody's getting hammered, and I'm as hammered as I am every night. I'm not allowed to. I can't drink alcohol. We'll go over to return to pre-contact, I guess. Wasn't there? Oh, nobody's ever on the Germany server. Sad. I haven't been on a Grey Flag server in forever. I remember they used to lag all the time. I think that's why I stopped going on Grey Flags. I don't even see them on my list anymore. I had them on my list before. I wonder what happened. Sometimes stuff gets removed from your list. It's weird. Oh, there is no Grey Flag right now. Oh, there we go. Oh, they're not on my list anymore at all. And they're all grayed out. Why are they grayed out? They must have cheap planes. Okay, that's why. Yeah, it's because I don't have any of the third-party modules. I don't use any of the only goofy module I use is the Skyhawk. That's why they're all grayed out. That's probably why I removed them from my favorites. What are you guys doing? Why aren't all you out getting hammered? I've got an excuse. I'm an old disabled pilot that can't drink anymore because he takes a bunch of pills. Oh hell, this is almost over. Ooh, look at that. We got a night flight. Nah, the sun's coming up, it looks like. Almost a night flight. Actually, we should go ahead and leave that on. Alright, where are we going? Juliet. Got it? Alright, let's set up our data link. And broadcasting. Let's go ahead and hook Juliet. Got it. Alright, let's taxi. Where am I? Yeah, the radar can be a little funky until you're used to it, for sure. I just don't like the Hornet's nerfing. It's got so many automatic auto-acquire systems built into it. I call it jets for dummies. But all the modern jets have a lot of that stuff built into them now, and I don't like it. But I got used to it. Two fulcrums? Well, they might be flankers. They could be flankers. They're fulcrums. Alright, make sure nobody's in my way. Nope, somebody's in my way. I believe they're taking off, though. Oh, yeah. Alright, we'll just take off. Look like a couple other guys are on the data link. Rotating. Airborne, gear up. Flaps stay at half. Where's our cake? There's our cake. And there's those other guys on the link. Alright, flaps up. Alright, external lights off. Alright, we're running silent. Let's get the Mavericks warming up. Alright, targeting pods up. Okay, I got the enemy in sight. Don't we have some intelligence in there? We do. Alright, T-90s to the left. Let's find these T-90s. Okay, I got the T-90s in sight. 3 targets. And we are marking the first. SPI is marked and broadcasting on the data link. And we're preparing a Maverick shot, except we're need a lot more distance. We'll keep slowly climbing and slow down a little bit. Maverick's got a minute and a half to warm up. Alright, leveling off. We're gonna have to come back around. Well, maybe not. We can slow down a little bit more. Okay, 30 seconds, we'll be good. We can stay on target. We're gonna ripple off 3 Mavericks on these tanks really quick, and then we'll come back around. Alright, throttling back up. Mavericks in 1 second. Mavericks hot. Waiting for contrast. Rifle 1, Rifle 2, switching racks. Rifle 3. Off left. That grumble is killing people. Shack 3, Shack 3. Piece of cake. Alright, what was left there? There's an SA-3 and just some troops? Okay. Let's find that SA-3 and the troops. We'll take care of that. Let's get parallel. Alright. Actually, where were those? The troops might be even harder to find. Is there like a marker or something that can no, they're just in a friggin' field. That's gonna be a pain in the ass just to find them. Oh, is that one right there? Got him. Okay, we got the troops. Alright, we got a marker on him. Guns up, rolling in. We'll see if we can gun both of them in a single pass. And then that SA-3 is just over there to the right. And then we'll save our Mavericks to see, we'll go see if we can hit Kilo a little bit without getting too close, because that Grumble is over there. Let's have to be smart. No gun pack, we'll just free ball it. Although what we could do is use a Predator rocket on him. Yeah, let's use a Predator rocket on this guy and we'll gun the other one. Alright, we're in the keyhole. Let me see where he's at again. Okay, I see him. Lasers on, rifle 1. And now we're looking for the other guy with our eyeballs. Okay, there's the rocket hit.
Pull up. Pull
I
up.
don't see him. I see him. I see him.
Altitude. Altitude.
Okay, they're both dead. Alright, where's this SA-3? Is that it? That's it right there, I think. We'll get a better look at it really quick in the targeting pod and see if that's it. Oh yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. Okay, rolling in. Somebody tried to hit it. Oh, they get it. They hit it. Alright, Juliet's neutral. Alright, let's go to Kilo. Let's get our plane reset here. Let's grab our marker back. And Kilo. Right over there. Perfect. All right. Not an SA3, no. It was probably a 6 or an 11 because they have built-in radars. Geckos also have built-in radars. There's a few launchers that will use a radar system, but if you kill the main radar, some of them have a quad teller setup that has its own internal radars, just not as good. So it just depends on the launcher. And how's it going, Hatch? Well, I'm not seeing anything there. It's just troops left. There's just a Uriel and some troops. I see them. So there's the Uriel and the troops. I'm afraid to go guns because they'll drop a bomb on me. I don't trust them. So let's just move on to... Is this SA-10 still active? No, it's not. We can just move in now. Alright, we're gonna start assaulting Maycop. Hello, Mr. Radar. What is that? Is that a Shilka? Or a... I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't matter, it's gonna die. Okay, I got a target. What is that? Oh, it's a Tor Gauntlet. That's what it is. It's a friggin' Tor. Definitely needs to get smoked. Tor Gauntlet is firing. Smoke in the air. It killed Vapor. Oh, it's firing a lot. It's going ham. There's also a Strela over there, I think. Enemy cargo plane just took off as well. Oh, looks like somebody got him. Yep, they got him. Got a new target. Rolling into new target. We have contrast. Rifle. 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 Alright, Mavericks are away. Waiting for BDA. Shit. Okay, shack. All three. Two 1090s and a BTR dead. Perfect. Alright, what else do we got left over there? Troops in the trees. Oh, there's a Shilka in there. That's could be dangerous. Let's find that Shilka and let's drop a JDAM in there. Okay, I see something. That might be the Shilka. That's the Shilka. I've got him marked. Rolling in JDAM. Better yet, let's drop two 105s in there because there's a bunch of troops in there too, so... We're gonna drop clusters into that tree line and see if we can kill all the Shilka and all the troops in the area. Alright, pickles hot. 18 seconds. Ten. And we're gonna overfly. Pickle 1. Pickle 2.
Pull up, pull up.
And some guy just drove into the ground. See, I don't like that kind of stuff when people do that. I'm out of bullets. I'm just gonna ram the ground. Play it straight. If you were in a real jet, you wouldn't suicide just to try to kill one dude with a rifle in a tree line. Alright, 105 should be going off soon. There it goes. 105's going off. Euro down, man pads down. Looks like that Shilka survived. I'm gonna drop the JDAM on the Shilka now. Yeah, that Shilka survived. Alright, he gets a JDAM now. We're gonna go all Oprah Winfrey on him. You get a JDAM, and you get a JDAM. Alright, aggressive roll in. Remarking, SPI is set. JDAM is away.
Pull up, pull up.
Excuse me, sir. Package. Alright, what is left? Another Shilka over there. Is that guy gonna ram him? I got another JDAM. Alright, let's get the targeting pod in the general vicinity. Oh, there it went. War's over. Yep, he rammed it. Oh no, he dropped bombs. That's good. Well, all right. That war's over. Well, does anybody want to pick my brain about anything at all? Is there something anybody wanted me to go over or anything like that? Now would be a good time to ask. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with the chat either. That shit's moving. Show you how to attack a SAM site? With what aircraft? Viper? Sure. Alright, let's just put a SAM system over here. Is there a specific SAM system? Or just any SAM system, just to go through procedure? Alright, well, let's set up, I don't know. Let's just set up a, SA5, or let's just put up a SA2. That'll be fine. We'll put a 2 right here next to the pond. And then let's, throw something else in there. Air defense. Let's put a Gecko in here. Geckos like to turn their radars on like they can shoot you. They're spiffy like that. They think they can get away with it. Oh, what else can we throw in there just so there's another radar? Let's put a... Oh, where is the P-19? Let's put a P-19 right... Well, actually... Yeah, let's put a P-19 radar in here just so there's another confusing radar. Or we can put an EWRS in there. Nah, that wouldn't do anything. Alright, there's the dog ear. Well, let's put a Tunguska in there. That'll work. And we need like one standalone search radar. That's why I was looking for that P-19. There's the P-14. There's a... Well, we already got a flat face in there. Oh, here we go. There's a Borka. Dog-ear Borka. Okay. There's a SAM system. And let's get some miles away here. Okay, right around Makeup. I'm gonna put the jet all the way already up into position. Alright, block 50. We're going to put them up here. We're not going to make any waypoints. Actually, we're going to make one waypoint just so he's facing that direction. We'll make one little waypoint right there. Standard harm loadout is this loadout for me. 4 harms, 4 AMRAMs, and I usually have a bag. We're going to leave the bag off for this, though. And client. Oh, gosh. sampractice.ms. Okay, parameters of a harm shot. Because you're using the ELINT pod on the Viper, that gives you a better track file for your harm to get to the target. So you can utilize better speeds and angles and have a better vector for the missile to follow. If you just fire off the seeker head, it's going to be a lot flatter and straight at the target. So that's not a very good harm shot. So when you're firing harms from like a Hornet, it's just firing off the seeker head. So it's not going to be near as good of a shot. It's not as accurate. It's not going to utilize a good flight path. The best flight path is something that's at high velo. So the entry velo for the missile, you want it to be very high. So you want to be at least Mach 1 before you fire. That way the harm is starting off already going Mach 1. And you want to have a steep angle of attack as it comes in. That way GBIs can't intercept, or will have a harder time intercepting your missile. So if you fire at max range, it's going to come in a lot flatter because it's stretching itself out to get as far as it can possibly go. So it's going to come in lower and flatter, and it's going to be much easier to intercept. So the way you make that work is you lock it with the ELINT pod. You work your PGM file down to a 2, so you have a solid track file, and then you want to be at least Angels 30, Mach 1, and you want to be halfway to the model inside the range. And I'll tell you what I mean once we're in the air. Because you're closer, the missile will come down at a harsher angle, which will make it harder to intercept. So this is how I kill Pansiers, all that stuff, is by creating a missile shot that is literally as good as it can possibly be. It can still get intercepted, but if you do everything right, it has the highest chance of being successful. Alright, so first we fence in, master arm on, air to ground. We turn the harms on so they start warming up. Go to the HSD, and then we turn on the HADs. You got to make sure your cheek stations are turned on. So then we go to the HAD. The HAD is your ELINT pod. And now normally you'd see a ring right here, but because we just turned the harms on, they haven't warmed up yet. And this little cross right here is our one waypoint. Hey, what's going on, Vic? Okay, so we can see a search radar right there already. That's the Borka that I put up, so that's the dog ear Borka. It's just a search radar, but we're going to utilize it so we can understand a few things. So when you put your cursor over it, don't worry about all this stuff right here for the most part. You can worry about the range, that's fine, but worry about this one right here. This is the track file. You can see it's PGM of 5. You want it to get all the way down to a 2, and the way you do that is you just hold your lock on it. To speed it up, what you can do is you can rotate your nose and offset it from the target. Oh shit, my HMD's not on. Neither's my jammer. Let me fence in all the way. Okay, now we're cooking with oil. Okay, so we can see that search radar out there.
Yeah, baby.
So basically we're just going to offset to the left. When that PGM starts coming down to like a 3 or a 4, then you'd want to offset to the other side. And that's triangulating the radiation signal. Let me level off and I'll explain that. So right now the ELANT pod, which is this little one right here on the left cheek station, that's the ELANT pod. It's just absorbing all the radiation in the area just like your RWR would, except it's actually creating track files for all the different radiations that it's receiving. It's not just the one you lock up, it's going to be all of them. So when you triangulate one, when the PGM gets down to 2 on that one, other radiation signals that it's been tracking that are in the same area will also have better PGMs. So you can triangulate off one to get good track files on the other, so you can preemptively get a better track. So we can see the SAMs now, so let's go ahead and go nose over that direction. And I'm going to go ahead and unlock that search radar. We don't necessarily have to lock it. I was just trying to explain the triangulation. And you also don't have to triangulate. It just helps you get a better PGM quicker. So the quicker you get the PGM, the better your shot's going to be, because you'll have more time to think about it and won't get frantic or get task saturated trying to worry about the PGM all the way up to launch, which is going to happen from time to time. Alright, so let's just go ahead and cruise. We got unlimited fuel. We're going to hit the blower just to get there closer. I should have put myself closer. Oh, let me lock this again. So we got our ring. Okay, so this is the ring of the range of your harm based on the parameters that you're currently flying at. So if you go up higher, the ring will get bigger, so on and so forth. Never fire at max range unless you're forced to, because that'll make a flat angle like I described earlier. So when I say you want to be about half to half, you want the thing you're going to shoot at to be at a PGM of 2 so that we know right where it's at, and we want to fire at it when it gets close to the middle here. The closer to the middle, the better the angle of attack. If you get past the middle, you're going to start overdoing it. So you really want to try to get your shot within the middle of that ring to get the best possible angle of attack and velo on your shot. And that's how you kill a Panseer. That's how you kill like a chapped Tor 2 gauntlet. Things that are really hard to kill because they intercept so well. That's how you do it. Angels 30, Mach 1 or higher, halfway in the ring. Alright, we got more stuff come popping now. Oh, there's the dog ear. So that's the Borka. So we'll start triangulating in the Borka, because we know there's a bunch of stuff around it. I'm going to go ahead and offset left. Now that we're inside the ring, it's going to start creating a better track file, so we'll go ahead and triangulate. We'll start triangulating now. And we can tighten that up. We don't have to look at 120 miles. You see at 60 miles, that ring is taking up the whole thing because we're at Angels 30. And we're moving pretty fast. Actually, we're a little low. We need to climb back up a little bit. And right now, we're just waiting for a SAM to turn on. Okay, PGM of 4 on the dog ear now. So I'm going to go ahead and extend farther left now and change the angle. You're changing the angle because the ELANT pod is going to get better track positioning on the thing when you're changing the angle that the radiation it's emitting is hitting the ELANT pod at. It just speeds up the process. There you go, bam. We already got a PGM of 2 already, just from triangulating. So now, because that dog ear is right next to all those SAMs, now, okay, the SA2 just popped, so I'm going to unlock the dog ear. Now I'm going to lock the SA2. You see, we've already got a PGM of 3 on it. And that's because we preemptively triangulated the dog ear that's next to it. So we're going to hit the blower, we're going to build up speed. We want a PGM of 2 before we fire. But if we have to, we'll fire on 3 if we have to. If he shoots at us and we're out of time. Okay, PGM of 2, we're set, we're halfway in the middle, Magnum 1. Let's go ahead and hit the search radar now too, Magnum 1 and the dog ear. Oh, he fired. Magnum 1. All right, defensive. We'll just split S. We'll leave some chaff behind us once we hit the notch.
Chaff flare. Chaff flare. Chaff flare. Chaff flare. Chaff flare. Chaff flare. Chaff flare.
SA2s have a big problem with tracking things that are low to the ground, and they're easily driven into the ground. So he fired a bunch of SA2s at us, but because we're going so fast at a downward angle to the ground, the missiles are going to try to get in front of me, and they're going to hit the ground.
Altitude.
Which I'll explain that a little bit better in just a second.
Pull up. Altitude. Altitude.
And there goes the radar. There goes the other one. And there goes the dog ear. And we're still alive. So that's the best shot you could pull off. Angels 30, Mach 1 or better, halfway inside the ring if possible, with a PGM of 2 if possible. The driving of the missiles into the ground, I wish I had like a writing. I need to get I need to learn how to use MS Paint or something for when I start describing radars and stuff like that, so I could draw it out so it's a little bit more visual. But when a SAM is fired upon you, it's not tracking you, it's tracking where you're gonna be, not where you are. So you dive to the ground at a steep angle and at a high speed because the missile doesn't know the ground is anywhere. The missile doesn't know sky and ground. It just knows this is where you are and this is where you're going to be. So if you angle yourself down really hard and hit the blower, you're going to drive the missile into the ground, which is the best defense you've got. The other thing you can do is notching and beaming. So if like those radars are over there, right, directly to the east. So if we go like straight south or close to straight south, that means the missile is right off of our left, right here. This would be the notch. The radar is looking directly at us, and we're moving directly parallel to its sight line. So this is considered the notch. All radars have trouble seeing things that are directly inside the notch. Even the best radars, you can notch them and make them blind for seconds. So if you hit the notch, and then right when you hit the notch, you leave a couple of chaff balls behind you. That is extremely effective at stopping radar-guided SAMs. Or missiles, too, like Phoenix missiles, R-27Rs and ERs. Notching and chaffing is very, very useful. But it's better if you don't chaff until you hit the notch. You can chaff before that, but before you hit the notch directly, you want to make sure there's no chaff behind you yet. And then as soon as you hit the notch, that's when you leave the chaff behind you. It's like everything else with jets. It's giving you the highest percentage chance of being successful with it. And that would be notching. Well, the notch is the position. Beaming is the act of paralleling the whatever it is that you're beaming, be it a radar or another jet or whatever. So hitting the notch and beaming. Is that a good enough explanation for SAMs, or is there something else? And of course, if a SAM turns its radar off, your harm will kind of try to get to where it thinks it might have been, but it kind of goes stupid. So the chance of it hitting is. To notch properly, you just got to hit the point that's parallel with whatever it is you're notching. So right now I'm to the south of it, so I'm no longer notching it. It's directly over there. So to notch it, if it fired right now. So let's look at our degrees here. We're at 70 degrees, right? So if it fired at us right now, that means directly in front of us, coming right at us, is its point of contact with us. So we would want to bank and fly directly to the side of it. So now we are directly notching. We went from 70 to 340. So now we are in the notch, and this is where we would chaff.
Chaff flare. Chaff flare.
So notching is knowing where the thing is that you're trying to notch. Like if there's a jet and you know it's right there when it fires on you, then you'd want to turn perpendicular to that and then fly parallel to it and release your countermeasures during on that parallel line. If there's already a missile in the air, you can also notch it, but you also want to drive it into the ground if it's a SAM. No, you should still drop down because it gives you the best chance of survival. You might notch it and it be successful, and that's awesome. But if it's not successful and you haven't started driving it into the ground, you're boned. You're gonna die. Certain circumstances you might just notch it. Like if it's a radar guided missile and you have a warning, when you're notching it, you're gonna know that it's fired on you, right? If you turn away from it, you might not get the receiver anymore. But if you're parallel to it, you're gonna get the receiver warning. If you chaff it twice and the receiver warning goes away, you notched it and chaffed it off. So you might not have to dive then. But don't take a lot of time trying to figure out if you want to dive or not. I usually do both depending on what's shooting at me. Oh, we still got one harm left. I don't think there's anything left there to shoot, though. Tungus, oh, the gecko's still there. He never turned his radar on. Probably because I was at 30,000 feet. Why are geckos? They're not. Geckos are a pain in the ass because they'll turn their radar off. You know how you kill a gecko if he turns his radar off? Drop a bomb on him. Like you can look up, let's bring up my trusty knee board with all my stuff. So here's all the SAMs. There's your gecko right there. You see the max range on a gecko is 5.5 miles and 16,000 feet. So if you're up at 20,000 feet, the gecko can't shoot you. So if he keeps shutting off his radar every time you fire a harm at him, then just grab a bomb and drop it on his head. That's right. Let me know when the ad's done. Alright, is the ad done yet? Okay. Geckos really aren't that bad. They're just a pain in the ass because they can shut their radars off on you. They like to turn their radar on, and then when you fire on them, they shut it off, which junks your harm. But if you look at my information on my gecko sheet, you can see its max range, its max altitude is only 16,500 feet. Its max range is 5.5 miles. So if it keeps turning its radar off so you can't get a harm off of it on it, grab a bomb, stay above, get up to 20,000 feet and drop a bomb on it. It's a gecko. It's completely harmless as long as you're outside of its parameters. And 5.5 miles is pretty close, so geckos are they're not hard. I kill geckos with helicopters and A-10s all the time. But if you don't know they're there, they'll get you because they're their own system. A gecko is its own SAM system. It's got its own radar, it's got its own 6 shots. So they can be a pain, but if you know they're there, they're really not a problem at all. The airframe I know best? I don't know. The MX I used to fly all the time. In DCS, probably the A10. Oh, and there's one other thing you can do with the Viper, but I don't recommend it. But just so you know, it's a thing that can be done. You don't have to use the ELINT pod. You can shoot it right off of the seeker head, just like it's a Hornet. And to do that, you would go down here and go to your weapons page. This brings up the seeker head. You can see these numbers right here. These are the radars. It's only looking for those radars. So you have to change tables. So there, we see the Gecko. The Gecko is on the page now. Now to make it even better, you can hit search and you can undo the other radars because we know we're looking just for the Gecko, right? And then go back to the HAZ. Now it's just looking for the Gecko, so it'll find it way quicker. And then what you do is you just soy the screen and use your cursor, and when the Gecko appears on here, you just lock it up like anything else. But it's not very accurate. It's not that good. It's like firing from the Hornet. You're just firing directly at the radiation signature using the seeker head of the harm.
Counter.
So there's the Gecko. See it appeared? So we'll lock it. Maybe. I don't know why it's not handing off. Oh, it's because the ELINT pod's up. Magnum. So there's your Gecko. I'll just turn around before I'm in range. But I'll try to stay inside of his purview so he doesn't turn his radar on. So I'll wild weasel it a little bit. There goes the Gecko. And that's how you kill SAMs in a Viper. You don't always have to go up to 30,000 feet and all that stuff, but if there's GBIs in the area, you need to go up to 30,000 feet. You need to be fast. You need to be inside, you know, at least 40 or 50% inside the ring. Because those GBIs, which GBI stands for Ground Base Intercept, so they're made to shoot down HARMs and other missiles. And that's how I'm able to... I mean, I don't know what my kill percentage is on Pansirs and all Tor gauntlets and all that stuff, but it's pretty high, and it's because I use that formula. And I stick to it as best I can. But even then, you'll find a Pansir that shoots everything you shot at it down. Then you just got to realize it's only got, you know, 4 shots left, hopefully. The M2 Tor gauntlets and the Pansirs are kind of overtuned in DCS right now, so they're kind of an annoyance. Oh, take it easy, Trax. You have a good night. Happy happy St. Pat's. Hey, that's how we killed that Pansir and that gauntlet and those two, or I'm sorry, it was a Pansir, a Gecko, and 2 Fulcrums earlier in a single flight. We stuck to the formula and stuck it to that Pansir. Usually on a Pansir 2, I'll usually fire at least 2 shots on it, but sometimes I'll put all 4 on it if it's being pretty lively and there's nothing else there to shoot. Pansirs are super, super, super dangerous. They have to be eliminated at all costs. Alright, anybody else? What kind of... Shoot the outing of Fulcrums and flankers? Yeah, shoot them before they shoot you, Hatch. You've got AMRAMs, use them. Try to get your missile off before they get their missile off. Try to push them defensive before they push you defensive, and then press them and kill them. That is the best way to kill them. You have better range than they do. You try to utilize it as best you can. There's a lot of feel that comes to air. Best thing I can say is, like I said, if you have to, fire a missile that's a little outside of range. It's not a high percentage shot, just to try to get them defensive before they fire on you. Once they're defensive and they haven't fired on you yet, you can press them, get closer, and eliminate them by shooting inside the MAR. Especially if it's a multiple engagement, like the 2 Fulcrums earlier, you saw I fired on the leader pretty early, and that was to press him defensive. And then I waited a few seconds, fired on the other guy, because that actually had a chance to kill him, but also to press him. After I fired that second shot, I got back on the leader, and I pressed him because he was diving down to dodge my other missile, and I got inside the MAR and executed him. And then I turned around and killed the other one too, because I had them both defensive before they were able to fire on me. Trife, what do you mean, what did you want to know on the Hornet? Learn how to utilize your TWS, by the way. Get a couple of passive, 2 or 3 passive tracks on targets, then use your TMS right to cycle between them. And that's the easiest way to get multiple shots off they're good, high quality shots. Just get a good TWS track. Don't do a full lock on them, because then they're going to push on you right away. Right, but I'm not going to go through the entirety of the radar of the Hornet, because I'm not going to sit here for 4 hours. Is there something specific? Because it's St. Patty's Day and I'm tired. And that's a lot of information. The Hornet's got a very complex radar system. Alright, let me get into... You can, but I like using TWS for when I know I'm going to multi-engage, because it gives you a better shot probability on all of the shots when you're multi-shooting. And it doesn't alert the enemy unless you accidentally STT them. Always be stealthy. What's up, Magic? Range while scan? Do you know the difference between range while scan and track while scan and all that stuff? These are very generic questions that are hard to answer without knowing what you're trying to know. Where's my Hornet? I know I've got Hornets on here. There we go. Okay, we got missiles. No. Well, I mean, they kind of are in the Hornet. TWS is track while scan. It's a passive scan system where unless you STT them, it just keeps passively tracking and creating track files. Which means you could fire on a TWS target if it's a Fox 3 like an AMRAAM. Range while scan is kind of doing that, but it requires STTs. It's a little bit different. It's not creating multi-track files on everything in front of it. TWS, you can soft lock multiple targets without actually locking them. Which TWS, if you could use TWS even with a Fox 1, but as soon as you fire the Fox 1, it's going to automatically convert the lock over to a single target track, an STT, which will notify the enemy. A lot of the things that we're doing with RWS and TWS isn't necessarily for a specific reason with a missile, it's to not let the enemy know you're doing anything at all. That's why you would utilize TWS. Because it's passively tracking them, it's not actually giving them a radiation signature for them to know you're doing anything to them. And of course the Hornet has a bunch of auto acquires, so even if you don't try to do something, it's going to passive soft lock like everything in front of you all the time, which is super annoying. You just got to get used to it. And try not to shoot at a friendly. Pay attention to your IFF. Alright, let's get in the air. Yeah, but if you're using TWS, a lot of times the enemy will not jump right on you, depending on how the servers are set up somewhat, but yeah. TWS is much better against people. Just like people say the AI is so stupid, it's like actually the AI is a lot harder than people in most cases, at least on the hardcore servers we fly on, because you can't spoof the AI. Their radar is made by the Eye of Sauron. Whereas a person, you can fuck with them, you can jump down into mountains, you can TWS them, and they don't know what's going on. If you have a player behind you, you can force an overshoot, you can juke them. An ace AI is on you like a friggin' tick. Alright, when I'm just flying around, I usually, well, let's go ahead and arm up, air-to-air, AMRAAM. And I'll go to my azimuth elevation window and my radar. So this is the way I usually set up my jet for air-to-air engagements. When you're looking right here on this radar, you think of your plane as right here in the middle. Like this peg is your plane, and this is looking straight out in front of you all the way out to 40 miles, and then this is left and right. When you come over here, And it's also looking from top down. So this would be like looking, the front of the plane is here, 40 miles is here, so the camera of the radar is looking straight down on the battlefield, right? The azimuth elevation screen, this is looking straight out the nose of the plane. So you think this dot, this crosshair is right in the middle of your plane. This is below you and to the left, below you to the right, above you to the right, above you to the left. So from here you can utilize your antenna, and it helps you get your radar azimuth directly where it needs to be to find data link targets. So I usually use this screen on the left window when I'm going full air to air, and put my radar on the right, just so I have two complete references. And I'll usually put my SA screen in the middle, and then I'll usually turn on my auto interrogate just to help with the IFF. So you can see there's a target there. You can see it just got interrogated off the data link and off of us. So there's two ways to lock it up. You can either put your cursor over the target and then designate it, and it will attempt to lock it, or you can hit your sensor select in the direction of the radar, and it will automatically attempt to acquire any target that's in its purview, which right now we don't really have anything because it's notching us. Let me spawn an aircraft. So when in doubt, you can hit your sensor select to the direction of the radar. So it's on the right, and I have it soyed. So if I hit sensor select right, it's going to automatically try to attempt to lock anything that's in front of us, which it can't get a good lock, but it's trying to. And then we can just undesignate to reset the radar. Or you can put the cursor over it and hit your designate button. And also I guess this is probably too much, but the Hornet's also Link 16 capable in DCS. So if you have an AWACS up in the air and the AWACS has a target, you could soy your SA screen and you could literally get a track file on it and fire an AMRAAM at it without ever locking it up. You can actually use the track off of the AWACS to fire the missile. That's the Link 16 connection, which is how modern jets shoot at stuff. They have an F-35, which is basically a flying radar, and then they have a bunch of, F-15EXs, and the F-15EXs never lock a target. They're just shooting targets off the F-15's radar through the Link 16. But there's a lot more to it than that. But I mean, that's just a thing you can do. It's possible. Didn't I spawn something? I did. Okay, there he is. Angel's 25. Okay. So we'll just preemptively get our radar looking up. Okay, there he is. So he's got a check mark. The radar sees him. We'll hit the designate. There you go. Solid STT lock. From here we can fire whatever the hell we want. If we don't want to do that, we can hit the undesignate to reset the radar. We can go to a TWS. Now from TWS, I don't have to lock him. I can actually go to auto and just let it, if there was 3 targets, I could just let it cycle the target. So from here I can fire an AMRAAM, and I haven't locked him at all. I haven't done anything. I just turned it on TWS. I have AMRAAM selected. I've got good parameters. He doesn't know I have him locked. We're in TWS. And let's just fire an AMRAAM. Fox 3. And you can see I never locked him. I never touched him with the radar at all. I just went to TWS and let it do its thing. You have to be careful with TWS though, because it will lock anything that's out in front of it. So you have to be paying attention if there's friendlies out in front of you. If you have it on auto, if there was multiple targets after I fired one missile, it would automatically cycle to the next one. If you're on manual, you can tap your designate, your undesignate button, and it will cycle targets that the TWS is tracking. So if you switch over to TWS and there was 3 targets, if it could see all 3 targets and it has a hash mark and it's tracking all 3, I could hit my undesignate button to cycle between the 3. So that would be how you would shoot missiles on each of them through a TWS track quickly. Like right here, I'd fire a missile, then undesignate, it would cycle to the next one, fire again, undesignate, it would automatically cycle to the next one, fire again. I don't know if that missile's going to get to him, by the way. Oh, it's going to get him. Oh, maybe not. He's trying to pull away from it now. It'll probably fail now. We were outside of parameters for it. But we want to do an STT. We could just do it like normal and put cursor over and designate on him and go for a full STT lock like that, but now he knows that he's locked for sure. So now you can see, we definitely, also, another thing to say, see how it's a triangle now? I better shoot him so he doesn't shoot me. Hold on. Fox 3. That triangle is showing me that he IF'd dirty. He's double IF'd dirty. That's why it's a triangle now and not a square. And also, he's red. And you can't really see it because it's all messed up, but it's got the chevrons there to show you that he's IFF dirty from my radar and IFF dirty from the AWACS's radar, which is how you get a full IFF. A plane can't do a full IFF on its own. It has to be verified from another radar. And then we could just reset. You've got your degrees of azimuth going back and forth. I know it defaults to 140, but that's a really large ass sweep. I would usually drop it down to at least like, I usually go 80 when I'm looking for the sky a lot. And I'll go to 2 bars. I usually don't go higher than 2 bars. It shrinks your elevation azimuth, but I mean, that's why you have data links and stuff. Like, I don't know where this guy is, right? But the data link does, so I'm going to go ahead and put my cursor over him, and now I know he was at 6,000 feet. So then I can change my azimuth and tighten it up on him and get it down to 6,000 feet. No. If you have it like set to like maximums, like 6 bars, yeah, you have this huge window and you think that that's going to make you be able to find stuff easier because it's such a big window, but it's actually going to make it a lot harder. Because it's scanning so much sky, and to scan the entire amount of that 14,000 feet all the way up to 38,000 feet is going to take 6 passes for it to even see everything there. So you can't create good track files that way either. So I always recommend try to utilize your data link and know where the enemy is a little bit more and tighten up that radar. Because the radar comes off the nose of your plane, it's a cone, right? So you got to think of the cone as starting at 0 and then it's spreading down and up off of the front of the plane as a cone. So you might think you have this big area it's looking at, but the problem is it's got such a big area of scan, and let's say you're going all the way out to 80 miles and you're doing 6 bars. There could be a plane right here, which would be like right here, and you think it's inside the azimuth that you're scanning, but it's actually, the cone right there is actually really skinny because you've got it spread out so far at the end of the scan that it shrinks the inside of the cone quite a bit. So someone can be a lot closer than what you're looking, and because you think you have that big box you're looking through, you're actually looking through a big box at the end of the scan. So the middle of the scan is actually smaller than what you think, because it's a cone. Does that make sense? I wish I could draw this out. This is like some of the parts of radar people get, they don't grasp sometimes. So I always tighten it. I'm gonna go 2 bars. I'll usually sit at 2 bars most of the time. I will stay at 80 miles if I know they're pretty far away, like this guy here. He's a little far away. Actually, I don't even know where he is. I think that's a ghost. But as soon as I know where somebody is, I'll just tighten that up pretty quick. You know, if he's actually at, 30 miles, let's drop it down to 40. That tightens up that cone quite a bit so that something's not going to sneak around that circle. That azimuth. Yeah, the radar is basically, it's like a flashlight light coming out and spreading out as it goes. So if they're closer than what you're scanning, it's really easy for them to get on the outside of that cone when it's smaller before it's spread all the way out to get all the way out where it's going. And the radar's not going to see them until they're directly in the light. So the tighter you can make your radar, the quicker and easier you'll be able to find stuff, and the better your locks will be. And you just got to get used in the Hornet to using your undesignate button when you're having troubles. That'll always reset your radar. And in certain cases like TWS, the undesignate also cycles targets. There's a lot of other shit to do with the Hornet radar, but I mean that's the basic gist of it. That's enough to get you using the radar more and getting used to it for sure. I wouldn't worry about trying to make, Link 16 shots or anything like that. It's not a high probable shot, and it's still a little buggy. Like that, and 30 would be a good Link 16 shot maybe, but let's get closer and see if we can do it. The problem is it's notching the AWACS all over the place, so it'll be bad shot probably, but we'll see if we can do. So I'm gonna raise my antenna up to where it does not see that AN 30. And we're just going to utilize our SA page to see if we can get an actual Link 16 lock on them. So we would just put the cursor over them and we'd hit our designate button. If it doesn't designate, that's because it doesn't have enough of a track file from the AWACS to actually shoot at it. And I don't think it's going to, because that AN 30 is pretty far away from the AWACS, and the AWACS is notch. The AWACS is in a tight circle, and this AN 30 is in a tight circle, so it'll probably notch it too much to actually get a Link 16 lock. See, it's already notched right there. It already got notched. But that's how it would work on a Link 16. If you have an AWACS up in the air and you're getting stuff on your SA page and you can't find them on your radar, you might be able to get a designation off of your SA page and fire a shot. See, I'm trying to designate right now, it's not working. It's just not enough to get a track file on him. It does make more sense. That's why I don't mind asking answering questions on streams when I've got time and I'm not really doing anything. Because having someone go through things and show you at the same time as explaining it is a lot better. People retain information a lot better that way. But I still recommend everybody get the guides because it has a lot of information there. Come on, give me the lock. There's the AWACS right there. Let's see if we can. I'm going to put my AWACS on my data link like that. And let's see if that'll help us get a track file. Nah, still can't get it. Oh wait, sorry, TWS. Oh, I don't need to change it to that was stupid of me. It doesn't matter what your radar's doing. You're shooting off of the AWACS's radar, but no, it's not going to work. It's getting notched too much. If we were closer to the AWACS and it wasn't notching so hard, I'd be able to do it. But you can see all the information I'm getting off these targets is coming directly off the AWACS. We know it's at 1,000 feet because the AWACS knows it's at 1,000 feet. We could use that information to change our antenna to get it inside the box. Oh, that's sad. Be nice to have a good... Oh, wait. Did I get him? Oh, it's because I turned my... it's because I put my antenna on him. That was the Leak 16. That was an antenna. See how quickly I locked him up with the helmet mount? All I did was initiate the helmet mount and look in his general direction, and it locked him. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, there's the N30 right there. So we'll just hit our sensor select forward to go to hack, which is the helmet mount queuing system, and then we'll just look at him. It's another good way to get a good lock. If you can't find him with the radar, just use the auto. There you go. Boom. We got a lock. From here, we can switch to an AMRAAM and shoot him in the face. We never touched the radar. Fox 3. All off the helmet mount. And you do that by switching to sensor select forward, and that'll go to the HUD, and that changes you to the queuing system. And then you just look at targets. Like we could undesignate, right? And let's go to 9X's. We'll hit sensor select forward to go to hack, and then we'll look at him. And he's dead, but there you go. We had a lock on him. Just by looking at him. Also, so sensor select forward is your hack. That's your helmet assisted queuing system. From here, you can hit left, and that goes to whack, which is wide angle. So this is just scanning across automatically. It's auto acquiring in front of you like this. That's wide. If you hit down, it goes to vertical scan. So this is looking up here. So if you're in a turn fight, so let's go back to normal. So we're in a dogfight and someone just merged over. So now we're going to roll our aircraft to the side, and he's up here somewhere. So we're going to hit sensor select forward to go to hack, and then we're going to hit left and back to go into vertical scan. And now our radar is looking up here. That way we can try to lock it because it's above us. If they're out in front of us but it's somewhere to the left or the right, we'd hit left again to go to whack. And forward again goes back to the helmet queuing, which is going off your eyeball. And you got to go forward, left, then back, and then left and forward again. You got to cycle through them like that, or else you're going to trip yourself up. So just remember, forward, left, back, left, forward. Cycles through them. Hack is the helmet mount. Left is the whack. It shows you that little box right there, which means it's scanning left and right out in front of you, and then back from whack, hitting back goes to vertical scan, and then back again. And then of course hitting your undesignated a couple times will reset everything. Also, if you bring up your, just so you know, when you go to, if you have a AMRAAM selected, so now we have an AMRAAM selected. This big circle right here, this is actually an auto acquire circle as well. So if you don't have your radar in anything and it's not seeing anything, but there is an enemy out in front of you, you could get a lock on it from just keeping it inside this circle as well. It's not the best idea. You should try to get it with your helmet mount or with your radar to have a good solid lock, but this is an acquire circle. Which module do I know best? Probably I don't know, man. The A10 probably, but I know a little bit about a lot of different modules, but I'm not like an expert. There's plenty of people that know way more than I do. But yeah, just learn your elevation azimuth window, learn how this works, get better with it, get better with your regular radar, RWS, TWS, and then get used to using your helmet-mounted cueing system, and that'll really get you going. Because once you understand the Hornet and get better with it, it's probably the easiest jet to lock stuff up with. It's also the easiest jet to shoot a friendly in the ass with. But luckily, if you do have a friend locked up, it'll literally say "friend" with big letters on your screen. But it still happens. Yeah, see that? It was auto-acquiring right there on something out in front of me. I don't know what's out there. There's nothing out there. It's auto-acquiring a ghost, but... I have no idea how many rivets. You got me. I'm stumped. It's between 5 and 1 million. Oh, there was an auto-acquire on a helicopter right there. Look at that, 38 miles. So I didn't touch anything, I just had it in auto-acquire, and it just grabbed him. I literally did nothing. I just got him inside the ring. And of course it lost him, because it's not a good lock, but... at least we know where he is now, right? Alright, one more time. Let's do some auto-acquire on an actual enemy combatant. Let's do a merge. Oh, did I already do that? Okay, I already did that. Let's just go find this guy, but we're not going to shoot him with an AMRAAM. Or let's get right up to him and let's merge with him. And then we'll use our helmet mount to do everything. We're not going to use our radar for shit. We're going to use our radar, but we're going to tell the radar what to do just using our helmet. We'll do a high alpha 9X shot or something on him. I put the AWACS as a... yeah, okay. He's on my data link. We'll just keep an eye on the SA page and use that to get close to him. There he is. So you see that? Watch this. Boom. You see how it just turned into a star? I could shoot him right now. Even though I don't have him locked, I'm getting that track is off the AWACS. So I can fire an AMRAAM off that until he notched it just now. But that was an actual the Link 16 track. I could have fired a missile on that, which is nuts. It's possible, but it got notched so fast it'd probably be pretty low percentage chance, but it's possible. It is an AMRAAM. AMRAAMs have their own built-in radars. They're a Fox 3, so they'll use whatever radar source you fired the shot with as long as they can, but when they get close they'll go Pitbull and use their own radar. If something breaks the lock, they'll turn on their own internal radar immediately and go pit bull from there and attempt to finish the shot no matter what. But if they notch the missile and the radar and stuff like that, I mean, it's, you know, percentage chance is going to keep going down. But that was a track from the AWACS, not from our radar. Actually, let's leave it in RWS so we don't accidentally. There we go. I went to helmet mount, it automatically locked him. That quick and easy. Let's unlock him. Let's go back to helmet mount and look at him again. There we go. Unlock, relock. Just looked at him to get another lock. We'll undesignate, relock him, undesignate again. We'll hit sensor select forward again to get our dotted ring, so now we're looking again, and we'll just look at him. Boom, lock. So I could have killed him like 1,000 times already. Ooh, he's trying to force an overshoot. Not gonna happen, buddy. And whenever we want to, we can just kill this guy now. We're in the control zone. We're in lag. We can snap a shot whenever we want from here. He can't do anything anymore. And Fox 2, when we get a good one again. Ooh, good catch. Right in the grill. The pitches are just the intensity of the lock that it's looking at. You can fire at either one of those pitches. You just want to make sure you have a good angle. The lower the aspect, the better the shot. 9Xs are high off bore sight, but I mean, you still want to give yourself the best percentage chance to succeed, right? So if they're turning really hard, it's high aspect, that you want to try to slot behind them, and then you want to try to pull a whole bunch of lead with your seeker head uncaged onto them. That way the missile doesn't have to try to do as much hard turning to try to get to them. Well, there you go. There's some Radar 101 Hornet. RIP, what's the display on the left? Oh, were you talking about the azimuth elevation? Were you talking about this one? If you're talking about this one, then this is just another cross-reference of your radar. This radar on your right is your normal radar that's top down. It's looking down at your radar. You're here. The farthest length is here, left and right, so it's looking straight down. This one is looking straight forward, so it gives you depth. Like on this screen, you just know where they are relative to you. On this one, you know what their elevation is relative to you. It gives you more situational awareness on targets out in front of you. It's making your radar 3D basically by combining the right monitor and the left monitor at the same time in your brain. So like that, there's a hash mark right there. We just know he's to the left, right? So if we had that same hash mark over here, we'd know how much higher or lower than us he was, like quickly. Oh, there's nothing else for me to show. Everything's dead. See if I can find the well, there's that AWACS. So, well, that's not a good reference either. Let me find an actual target. That'll be confusing. Okay, so there's a target. Maybe. Well, anyway, so we can see this thing right here off the nose. We know he's actually, according to this, he's almost co-altitude. If he was way lower than us, then the mark would be down here, and it would be right here on the radar. So it's just a quick reference, so you can get your radar looking at him a lot quicker. It's a very, very, very useful screen. Oh, and we just auto-locked him. What is that? So he's at 1,000 feet, which is a lot lower than us, but because we're so far away, the radar sees him co-altitude, if that makes sense. Oh, it's that enemy. It's this guy right here. It's the Hind. So we're 57 miles away, and we got an auto acquire. Good old Hornet. What do you mean, what about ground targets? You don't use your radar the same way for ground targets. Well, you kind of can, but it's different. I don't think I'm going to workshop ground targets with a Hornet with you right now, but we can get onto that another time. There's multiple different ways to get your sensors on ground targets. Using your helmet. You can actually use it like you were using your missiles. You can actually set your helmet up to put a SPI on the ground by just putting a sensor on your helmet and then looking down and designating the ground. And once you designate the ground, it'll put a SPI marker on the ground. Then you turn your FLIR on, and it'll be looking right at it. And then there's other ways you can get GPS coordinates. You can punch them in by hand and get your. Basically, with ground targets, it's just about getting your targeting pod in the right spot. And there's many different ways to do it. You can also do it with a ground radar. You can, but I don't have a targeting pod on here right now to show you. But like if we went, let's get rid of this. We go to air to ground. This is your ground-based radar. I wish I had a FLIR, but let's see. Let's turn around here. So the old school way, before we were using like helmet mounts and stuff, would be to use the ground radar. So you see that thing right there, that little hash mark? Or, okay, there's hash marks right there. Whoops, see that one right there? We would put our radar right here, and then we designate the ground like that. Now you see that point right there? You see the base right there? See how close it is? So I was able to lock the ground right there, and the enemy base is right there, and that's what that hashtag was on the radar. It's that enemy base right there. So if I had a targeting pod, I could then turn my FLIR on, which I don't have one, so I can't turn it on, and the FLIR would be looking right there, and then I just have to move it over to that base. So that's the old school way to use a targeting pod, is to find the general area on the radar and then lock it, and then there you go. You could also undesignate that, and then you would hit what is it, forward? Okay, yeah, forward. Now you see this reticle right here? I would just look at the ground and then I would designate the ground right there, and then I would bring my FLIR up and I would do that way too. So those are the two main ways you're going to get your radar on the ground, besides having a waypoint created. But you can see I just put it on the ground. Undesignate, bring it back up. So if you're in air-to-ground mode, what you would do is, like right now we have our ground radar SOID. You can see the sensor of interest diamond. We're going to hit sensor select forward to put the diamond on the HUD, which will put a little dot up here so you know that's where it is. So now you can see the dot right there, so now we know this is SOID. When you're in air-to-ground mode and you SOI the HUD, that changes your helmet into the queuing system for ground targets, which is this circle. You would just look on the ground, and then you'd hit your designate button. Boom. And then you could move it around with your cursor. And then when you bring a FLIR up, if we put our FLIR up here on the right screen, we would hit sensor select right to SOI the FLIR, and that would gain control of that SPI. And to bring it all back, you would just hit undesignate. Pretty simple stuff. When would you CCIP? When you're doing dumb drops. Like if you're dropping a laser guided or a JDAM, you're not going to CCIP. But if you're just dropping slick iron bombs, you could do CCIP. It's the most accurate way to do slick irons. And you would just do that in your stores. You would just set up your drop as CCIP, and then well, I mean, give me a second. It's easier if you see what it looks like. Alright, where is... let's just throw a Hornet up in the air that's ready to go. Alright, client it. We need Hornet. Let's put it up here. Let's put it at 17,000 feet. It'll be fine. 350 knots, that's fine. Let's put a... So we'll use the at FLIR pod because this is a Navy jet. Let's see. Oh, a couple of JDAMs, I guess. Or actually, let's just put a... Nope, wrong one. We want the Navy. Oh, here's a little something for you that people that don't know. So, this is a penetrator JDAM. This is a bunker buster JDAM right here, and it's white. Now, there's another one here that is the 3 model, which is green. Does anybody know why one is green and one is white, and what's the difference? Okay, well, this green one is your standard Air Force, Army, Marines bomb. The white one is a Navy bomb. And it's white because it's got a coating on it that is flame retardant, because when you put munitions on boats, they coat them with flame retardant shit. That's why it's white. So the white one is the Navy variant. So if you put that bunker buster on an aircraft carrier, it's probably going to be coated with that flame retardant white coating. For the obvious reason of fire on water bad. They don't like it. They give it 2 thumbs down. But that's why there's some bombs that are literally the same, but it's like some of them are white. Why is that? That's weird. That's why. It's because they're the Navy variant of the same bomb. The characteristics are going to be the same. Like in reality, they're a little bit heavier, but in DCS, they're not going to change the way it flies. What's up, California? How you doing tonight? Alright, let's drop some friggin' bombs really quick. In the Hornet. Piece of cake. Okay, the FLIR is on standby. We don't need it on yet. Alright, number one. Let's do this. Let's do it the first way. Alright, so let's say this spot right here, where all these guys are. Here's the way you would actually do it, especially in real life. This would be the briefing room, but let's do it like we're in the briefing room. So we'd get a GPS coordinate on this bend in the river where the enemy is, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to our, well, let me finish setting up. Data link. Whoop. Okay, we're good. So we'll go into our HSI. Now from here, let's go backwards. We're going to use a mark point instead of a waypoint. If you go forward, you start cycling through waypoints, which I guess we could do that. I don't have any waypoints programmed in, so let's just cycle up to waypoint number 1. And then we're going to hit data. And you can see there's nothing in here. And we're going to hit precise. And then we're going to hit UFC to bring the UFC control up, the upfront controller. Now we're going to hit position, and we're going to put in our position. We're using precise, so that'll be this one right here. So we'll hit north, and then we put in the first 4 digits, 4449. And then we hit enter, and then there'll be 4 more digits, which is the precise, 2161. And then we hit enter. Next we'll hit east, and then we'll go 4020. Enter, and then 5076. Enter. Now this one's really important too. We want the elevation because we're going to use this waypoint as a speed reference for our targeting pod. So if we don't put in the elevation, the targeting pod might be looking up into friggin' space. So it'll confuse the shit out of you. So make sure we box elevation, feet, 512. Then we verify the numbers and the feet. We're all good. So from here we go back to our HSI. So now we're flying around doing whatever the hell we want to do, and now we need to go bomb that river. So we select that waypoint, which was waypoint number 1, and we're just gonna arm the aircraft. We're gonna go to air to ground. I'm gonna move my stores down to the bottom. Now we have the waypoint selected. We're gonna hit this button right here below the rocker. This is waypoint. This is the one it is in the rockers. Right down here is WPDSG. So that means weapon designate. We're going to hit weapon designate while we're in air to ground mode. And what that does is that sets a SPI right where I put those GPS coordinates in. Now we're going to bring up the FLIR. It's in standby. We're going to turn it on. Boom. So now that FLIR is looking right there at that GPS coordinate I just created. We're going to hit sensor select to the right to get our diamond in the upper right. So now we have control of it. We're going to hit it again to cycle through the different styles. I'm going to turn the TV off and go to FLIR. Black hot, white hot. Pretty simple stuff. We'll hit sensor select right again to switch it into the area, and now we are going to zoom it in. And there it is. So you can see the GPS coordinates put right on that bend of that river where all those targets are. So now we could use our targeting pod to aggress any of those targets. If we wanted to drop a JDAM, we could just go to stores. We could select a JDAM, put it into a target of opportunity. We'll fuse it instant. And then we could just come in here and we could go, let's select that tank right there. And we're going to put the dot right over them and we're going to hit designate. And now if you look over here on our HSI, we now have a shooting solution to that target. So We just have to fly our jet, which is in the middle here on the HSI, into this area and then into this circle. There'll be a pie. Once you're in that circle, you can drop the bomb, and we'll do that right now so you can see what it looks like. I'm going to unpause. Alright, so now we have a shooting solution. We're going to turn into our shooting solution. This is the way I do it myself all the time. I put my HSI on the left so I can see my shooting solution. I'll have my targeting pod on the right. And I'll have my stores down the middle in case I need to adjust my bombs. So we're just going to keep following the symbology to get this shot off. We call it flying the director. Whenever you have a solution and you're flying it, that's flying the director. So now you see that wedge. You just got to fly into the wedge. Make sure we're armed again. The safety's off. Weapon is selected. Everything's good. And we're just going to fly into that wedge. And it'll give us information in here, like the timer. At our current altitude and speed, this timer is good. If you speed up, the timer is going to speed up, so on and so forth. And as you get closer, it might readjust itself as well. But you just want to keep flying into this wedge right here. Once you're in the wedge, anywhere in the wedge, you can drop the bomb, but you still want to give yourself the highest percentage chance for the bomb to get there. So you don't want to get too close, but you also don't want to drop it at max range. Never drop JDAMs at max range, because then you're stretching the ability for the JDAM to actually get to the target, which is going to flatten the trajectory way out. So you want to overfly your drop zone a little bit, then drop the bomb, and that'll give it a good steep downward angle into the target. This is with any JDAM. Always fly past the drop point a little bit. So you see we're almost inside the wedge. When you're in the wedge, the circle will disappear and show you just inside the wedge, just like that. So now we're good. We're still a little off to the left. We don't have to turn into it, but I'm going to turn it in a little bit. We're inside the wedge a little ways now. Now we're going to go ahead and drop the bomb. And pickle. Bomb is away. Let's active pause. It's super easy. JDAMs are your friend. Laser guided would be the exact same thing, but instead of just designating the target and then that's the GPS that the bomb's going to hit, you would just drop the bomb in the wedge the same way, but then you would turn your laser on. And you could put it into a point track, which I'll show you that in a second. I think I'm going through too much at once, so this is going to overload people. Look at that. Dead tank. So, absolute piece of cake, right? We just made a GPS coordinate, then we set it as a waypoint, then we set the targeting pod right on it, then we drop the bomb. The laser is just right here. If it was a laser bomb, we would just arm the laser, which we can't because we don't have a laser bomb. And then it would be the same kind of procedure, but the laser would be on. This is the area track that we have. If we hit sensor select to the right again, that'll go to a point track. So this is the point track. If the target is inside these two lines and on the dot, if it's a moving target, the point track will attempt to track it and keep moving. And that's how you would drop a laser guided bomb on a moving target. You would get it right on, you'd get your dot right on it while it's moving, and then you would sensor select to the right again from the area track to attempt to point track it. And once it's point tracked, you know, just drop your bomb and it'll follow the laser down to it no matter how much it's moving. Okay, other thing. So let's go ahead and bring this stuff all back up. We'll stand by the FLIR pod. We'll go back to our radar. And let's unpause. Now let's say this base is right over here, right? So let's just point our jet towards the base. Let's turn our radar out a little bit. We hit undesignate a few times to unweapon designate our radar. We're going to punch it out to 40. Okay, now if you look right here, this is something, right? We can see there's a hash right there. We don't know what it is, but we know it's something. So let's get our cursor over it, and then we're going to hit designate on it, just like that. So now we've got a designated point using our ground radar. And there it is right there. So let's turn on our FLIR now. Okay, and the FLIR is looking right ahead of us. Oops, did I miss it? Is there nothing there? I must have misclicked on it. It should have been right there. Well, I'm just not seeing it. Let's go to Black Hot. And let's go to AP so we're not flying all over the place because I dropped a 2,000 pound bomb off one side. Well, shoot, I must have missed it. But that's how you would use the ground radar. Let's undesignate. And let's stand by the FLIR and let's do it the old-fashioned way, using the helmet mount. Alright, so where's this base? Oh, I was way off on my radar. It's out here. Okay, there it is. It's just because I'm sliding all over the place because my plane is way out of whack. Got it. Okay, now let's try that again. Okay, there you go. See? Look at that. So the radar actually picked it up pretty good. So now we've got our sensor on the base and we could drop a bomb on it. So to do that, we're going to put it on area track so it's still there. Let's come back around. Let's designate it. First we have to have a weapon, so target of opportunity and designation. So we see as soon as I designated it, it gave me a shooting solution. So let's fly away, we'll come back in. It's hard to fly when you drop a 2,000 pounder off of a wing and you still got a 2,000 pounder on the other wing. It's an experience. So we'll just fly away now, and then we'll come back in, we'll follow the shooting solution, we'll drop the bomb. Let's actually make sure we hit the base. Whoops. Shit. I hit the wrong button. Anyway, you know how to drop the bomb. Fuck it. Let's try the other thing now so you can see that. Stand by the FLIR. Cycling the undesignate. Back to air to ground. Okay, so from here, let's undesignate all that. Oh shit, it's already stored it in the JDAM. Let's just drop it. I don't want to do the reprogram. Although this is a learning experience. So because I designated it, it's programmed into the JDAM. So if you can't designate and you don't know what's going on, it's because it already handed off the GPS into the JDAM. So you'd have to come down here and erase the JDAM to reset it all. And then you could undesignate and you can reset your speed and do a new drop. But let's just drop the bomb. And then I'll show you how to set your speed on the ground with the helmet mount. So same thing as before, we've got it designated, we've got our shooting solution, we're going to fly into the wedge. We've got 10 seconds, and then of course we'll overfly the point a little bit. We're inside, we're going to get a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, and bombs away. That's a long drop, but when you're moving forward really fast, JDAMs can glide pretty far. You can actually, like a 500-pound JDAM, you can glide it from really far away, like really far. I've killed boats from just way the hell and gone because I couldn't get close enough to like fire something at them, so I dropped a JDAM from just way out. If you're up really high and you're going, you know, almost Mach 1, you can sling a JDAM pretty damn far. mean, look at how far this one's going, and this is a big old 2,000-pound bunker buster. Bruce, what's going on, buddy? We're just chilling tonight on Patty's Day, so I'm just doing some workshops for some people. I'm spreading misinformation and telling them how to do everything wrong. That way I look good later. All right, let's okay, the fleeters stand by. All right, let's go find somewhere else, and we'll. Okay, right in front of us, there's something over here. Okay, so from this position, we have our radar. Our ground radar is set for air to ground. We've got its speed. If we want to set our speed on the ground using our helmet, from here we just hit sensor select forward, which will put the dot on the HUD, just like that. And then that puts a sensor on our helmet, right here. Oh, there is nothing over there. Let's just go back over here to the river, I guess. My private practice map? Nowhere, I don't think. It might be on my Discord, but it's an older version that's on my Discord. I haven't re-uploaded a new version onto the Discord for a little bit. Because it's just a practice map. I mean, if you want it, I can probably throw it up in the Discord. It's just what I use for warm-ups and stuff. It's got some stuff programmed. Shit to do. It's got a friendly carrier to practice carrier stuff. There's boats to target. There's all kinds of stuff. You can spawn jets. Alright, I need to find... Let's find this river battle. I think there's smoke over there I can look at and... I think that's smoke right there, right? So here's what we'll do. We'll just look at that point right there that might be smoke, and I'll just get my dot on it. Oh, I'm getting too high. Shit, I lost it. Anyway, we're just going to look at it and we're going to get our dot on it, and then we're going to hit our designate. Which, just so you know, I guess I haven't shown that. Just to make sure, you know, when I say designate, I'm always hitting this one right here. Throttle designator controller depress. This is, when I say designate, this is what I mean. This button right here. Throttle grip HOTAS, throttle designator controller depress. And then when I say undesignate, it is the undesignate nose wheel steering switch. Alright, where's the smoke on the river? There it is. Okay, so I'll just look at the smoke and I'll just hit my designate when I'm close to it, like right about there. Boom. And now I'll just bring my FLIR up and I'll turn it on. And then I will hit sensor select to the right so I have control of the FLIR, and I'll hit it again to go to area track, and there you go. I'm looking right at the smoke, right where I was looking. So that's how easy it is to get your sensor on the ground using the helmet. From air to ground, you just hit sensor select forward to speed the HUD. Once the HUD is soy, you just look where you want it and designate the ground. And then from here, you can do whatever you want to do. You can drop whatever bomb you want to drop. Now, for the next one, we're not going to use the targeting pod at all, so let's get rid of it. We'll stow it. It no longer matters. We'll go down here to Mark 82's. Mode, we will go CCIP. And fuse, we will go nose tail. Step over, CCIP, nose tail. And we're just going to do quantity 1 and 1. So every time we depress the pickle, one bomb will drop. Where's our river smoke? There it is over there. So when you're doing CCIP, it just shows the drop line of the bomb, just like every old school plane. Once the computer has the ground calculated, it'll start showing you an impact zone as a little cross at the end, and then where you drop the bomb is where that cross is roughly where it's going to impact. Now you can go in here, you can change the drop amount, you can go into the UFC, and you can change the quantity and multitude, so you can set up a ripple, but we're just going to do a single depress. We'll drop a bomb. And we'll try to drop all 4 across this lake, or I mean the river. And this would be old school CCIP, which is continuously calculated impact point. So it's dive bombing, and CCRP is continuously calculated release point, which is where you have a mark on the ground or a place on the ground and you try to fly flat over it and drop the bomb. So when we dropped our JDAMs, that was a CCRP drop. Alright, there's the smoke right there, except its smoke's almost completely out now, but we're going to dive down and we're going to drop our 4 Mark 82s across the river there, where the enemy armor is. So the trick is, you don't want to be too steep, but you got to be steep enough. So we're going to roll in. Okay, there's the X. So we're going to drag it where we want the bombs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to slowly pull back up. We don't want to do anything drastic. Boom, 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 boom. That's how easy CCIP is. Right across where I wanted them to go. Piece of cake. And that's going to be the same in like almost everything. Almost every plane has a version of CCIP that's very similar. It's going to have a drop. It's going to have a drop line, your bomb drop line, and when it's finally calculated the impact point, it's going to show it as some kind of a circle or a crosshair at the bottom of that drop line. If you're Tomcat, Phantom, well, Phantom's a little bit different, but anything that has a HUD has bomb drop symbology for CCIP. When you get older jets like Phantoms, there is no bomb drop symbology. You have to use radar lock on the ground to dive toss your CCIP drops, which I'm definitely not going to get into that tonight, but we can do that sometime. I can show you guys Phantom stuff. It's all good. So there we go. That was air-to-air radar usage. Geez, bombs and targeting pods, and my brain's starting to hurt. There you go. You should be able to do some air-to-air engagements. You should get comfortable with your radar. You should be able to get your targeting pod on the ground many different ways. Again, though, the easiest way is knowing where you're going to go and create a waypoint. That's the realistic way. Like in real life, that's the way it's going to happen. Targets of opportunity in real life aren't really a thing that happens very often. Everything is pre-briefed and planned out. So they would create all the waypoints you're going to need, including multiple targets that might be killed during your flight, and they will all be programmed into your cartridge and explained in the briefing. Then when you went out to your jet, you would load the cartridge and it would have all those waypoints set for you. You can set a SPI on the ground in real life, of course, just like that, but most of the time it's all going to be pre-briefed. In real life, people aren't flying around looking for what they need to bomb, you know what I mean? Unless it's close air support. That's where that kind of stuff would be utilized, is if you're supporting troops on the ground. Then that's when you would be using helmet mounts to get SPIs on the ground and to drop bombs that way. But most bombings are targets that are already pre-designated and pre-planned. So it'd just be a matter of getting up in the air, and then when you get to the right spot, turning your sensors and systems on and just slewing them to that waypoint and going from there. And of course, to land, just it doesn't matter how fast you're going. Just hit your landing gear button and fly into the runway. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll get it. That's how you land. You point the front of the plane at the runway and pull your landing gear out. It does everything else automatically. But if you want to learn about landing and the actual meaning of on speed and how all that stuff works, I do have a YouTube video. I'm starting to lose my voice, so go watch that.
Altitude.
I'm pretty sure I have a video on landing the Hornet and also on speed, just the actual avionics and mechanics of on speed. I recommend learning the on-speed video because it's extremely important. Once you understand on-speed, landing any aircraft will make way more sense and be 1,000 times easier. So I do recommend that. But I'm going to get off here before I lose my voice completely. I don't know if you could hear it, but it's starting to go away pretty quick.
Flight controlled. Flight controlled.
That was a nice paddle turn. That would be a tail slide. Alright, yeah, let's call it a night. Let me see who's flying, I'll raid you guys over somewhere. Hatch, I will, in the Discord... Oh, let me get rid of all this crap. Oh, I'm still connected to SRS? That's weird. In the bottom, there's helicopter flights, which is videos about helicopters. There's knee boards, which is people that want those knee boards that I have, like SAMs and stuff. You can download all those knee boards there in the Discord. Maps and other projects, I will upload my practice map here in just I'll do it right now, just so I don't forget. Give me a second, I'll have it in there. It'll be at the very bottom of that channel, maps and other projects. I'll have a fresh one. And you can download this practice map. And some of my other old maps are up there. If you scroll through there, I've got some of the old mission maps I programmed a long time ago and stuff. They're all in there. You can download them. I don't know if some of them aren't going to work anymore because they're older and they're not updated, but they might. I don't know. I stopped making maps a little while ago while I'm still waiting for the campaign tools to be done. Okay, there you go, Hatch. It's called practice.ms and it's at the very bottom. And anyone else that wants it, that's where it is. Yeah, the lock time is like, if I remember correctly on those SAM units, it's talking about how long it takes the actual SAM radar to acquire a solid lock and transfer that information onto a SAM. So from the time it's tracking you to the time it launches is roughly 40 seconds. I think. I'm pretty sure that's it. So like when you're getting nails but you're not hard locked, it's creating a track file on you. Like its ELINT pod is tracking you. And that system takes, you know, roughly a certain amount of time to acquire a full STT lock and hand it off to a missile. Alright, let me see who's flying. I don't know if anybody's flying because it's Patty's Day, man. It might be. I might have been the only one. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, the RWR is really important. When you're getting all those clicks and stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean it's locking you, but it does mean it's tracking you. When it's got a hard lock, you'll know because it'll launch a missile at you. And certain SAMs do it differently, or some take longer than others, so on. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what all the lock times are, you know what I mean? I don't worry about the time, I just worry about what I'm hearing. I know the lock time is done when the RWR is going crazy and it's got a missile launch on my ass. Okay, I found somebody who's flying. Favorite is flying right now, so I'm gonna send you guys over there. There we go, the raid went through. Alright, thanks for hanging out, everybody. As far as I know, I'll be back tonight. I don't have plans not to unless I completely lose my voice, but I don't really have to talk to anybody tomorrow, hopefully, so I should be fine. Even if I can't talk, we'll fly for a little bit, I don't know. I think I'll be okay, though. YouTube people, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the subs and the likes and all that stuff, everybody. I will see everybody later. Tell Favorite hi for me.